You are live.
Thank you. All right, this is the April 14th City Council regular meeting. I'd like to welcome the visitors that may have dialed in. Right now, I don't see anyone participating with the Zoom software because they're not going to. Roll call, please.
Mayor Gore,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
Make the motion that I'm not reading all that. Motion to go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including the appointment, assignment, and performance of specific appointees and employees, and consideration, the discussion of prospective candidates for employment and appointment. A3 and A6 to discuss the investment of public funds for the acquisition of real property for a public purpose where bargaining is involved and discussion is in the open meeting would adversely affect the city's bargaining position and financial interests. A7 and 8 to consult with legal counsel and be briefed by staff regarding probable litigation and specific legal matters where such briefing and consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the city's litigation posture, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby. A4 for the protection of the privacy of individuals in personal matters and related to public business.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. The motion has been made by Councilor Pelham and seconded by Councilor Denton. Is there any discussion? None. Roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yeah.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. And members of City Council, you have the instructions for the closed session part of today's agenda. We're going to drop off of this Zoom software to dial into that software, dial into the conference call. There are several staff members that will be joining us. I reached out this evening to make sure I knew who needed to speak for what agenda topic. When we get into the closed session conference call, I'll go over the topics with council, and then we'll tell staff when to dial in. I'll send the city manager or city attorney or interim clerk if they're needed by message to let you know to dial in. Is everyone clear on the instructions?
After we're done with this, we dial in with the number that we got for the conference bridge.
Yes.
Meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right, City
All right.
Council, see you on the
Is
conference.
that 312 number, right?
Yes. Let me double check to see if it's the right number. Check the one that IT gave us.
I have a different number.
Or the 253 number? She has a bunch of numbers.
352.
I have eight.
It's the 352 number. and
352.
The rest of it,
Did you
please.
have that
Four
up
oh
while we're trying to go
four.
into a closed session? Because isn't this on live?
It is. That's why I said we don't need to share the number for correctness. The dial
Sharing
information
the
that we
number
had for
on
the,
the
1
online.
second, please. One last second. The conference information
Take the
that we
number
have.
down. I'm not calling in
One-
because this is closed.
1 second, please. Everyone stop talking. The conference information that was given to us for our last closed session is the same one you should be using. If anyone has any questions, contact me. I'll give you the information.
Oh,
Okay?
That's not an email I get.
And IT is also on this Zoom software. They can resend it out to council members if needed. Okay? So everyone, please refer to the closed session information that was given to us at the last meeting. And that is what we'll dial into. We'll see you on the other line. If you have any questions, contact me or IT and we'll get you straight. All right, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're live.
IT,
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Hello? Is anyone there? Hello?
Is this?
Is
Council-
this been a is this closed session?
Yes, council is in closed session, ma'am, but you're talking to staff. We're outside of closed session.
What is the daggone number for,
I've been trying to
Okay.
call you, but your line keeps saying it's busy. Can you hang up on whatever you are on your personal line so I can call you on three-way?
yes.
Okay, I'm gonna call you right now.
Thank-
All right.
Debbie, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm in.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you, Mr. Counselor.
I
Yeah.
can too, Johnny.
Mr. Parton, I heard you fine.
All this newfangled technology still baffles me sometimes.
You're the young guy. You're supposed to be way ahead of the curve on us.
I'm an old soul, Mr. Dane. I'm an old soul.
That's
Aren't we
okay.
broadcasting?
It's a good soul, so that works.
Hey guys, aren't we
still got-
broadcasting?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Altman.
This is Council Holloway.
I think it is Natasha. What's her last name?
I see Counselor Denton on the line. I heard Counselor Holloway. Counselor Randolph is here. Vice Mayor Bennett. Counselor Parton I heard earlier. Is Counselor Pelham on the line? Do we need to contact her, Jay, to see if she's coming on?
I just got an email. She needs the link. I'll be right with her.
Okay. We'll give another minute. Hello? Hello? Hey Jay, can you send Mr. Bragg the link again, please, so he can dial in? Oh, no. Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2.
Mr. Bragg, you're online now.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Madam Mayor, you're good to go.
Thank you.
I'm going to start the broadcast, correct? In my screen, this viewing is the agenda packet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
we
you.
can see the agenda packet.
Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We have to come out of session. I will address an issue that occurred when we was going into closed session. Apparently, when I was switching over to put the standard notation on the screen, my email was viewing on the webinar, so people could access our secure conference line if they caught that number. After that was done, we were immediately notified and IT established a new secure line for members of City Council. That line was distributed via email Counselor Pelham sent out text messages, and also the interim city clerk was asked to contact members of council to let them know that a new line had been established and they could dial in. And that was done within 10 minutes of us realizing what occurred. Unfortunately, 3 members of council joined in the line, so we were unable to continue with our closed session this evening. Good news is we have a new secure line, but I think there was some hesitation and concern because it was viewed on the screen prior to establishing a new line. And additionally, we had a breach last week with the staff member who's no longer with us with the secure line that we had before. So just for council, I see attorney, how do we come out of closed session since we technically never went in, even though we did a motion to go into closed session? Ms. Robinson, can you please unmute? Jay, can you please unmute Ms. Robinson's line, please?
Mayor Gore, members of council, if you successfully moved to go into closed session, whether you all stayed in there is a separate consideration. So you will have to come out of closed session as you would do it. And so what you probably will have an adjustment to is the certification, which will have to be made by each member of council as to whether matters discussed were the same as those that were in the motion.
Okay. Could you please have a motion to come out of closed session? And for council participating remotely, please use the raise hand symbol so we can acknowledge you. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
I move that we come out of closed session.
I'll second that. Thank you, Councilor Parton. The motion has been moved to come out of closed session. It's been seconded by Mayor Gore. Discussion. There are no hands raised. And just for a moment inquiry, is Councilor Pelham on the line? Has she been established? Because the phone lines in the clerk's office are ringing back to back. I'd imagine that's her trying to dial in.
Madam Mayor, I do not see her currently. I did email her the link again.
Okay. Can you ask the IT director to please contact her on her cell phone to give her the dial-in information? She's actually texting me right now saying that she still can't get into the meeting. She did, a text message just came in.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council Denton,
For just, I had my hand raised, but I wasn't called on, but we're just voting to come out, not that anything was discussed, right?
Correct.
Okay, yes.
Councilor Pelham, Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Thank you very much. Now, Madam Clerk, can you please read the certification to come out of closed session?
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting.
Point of order. I believe that we have to have something a little different. I believe, isn't that what the attorney just said? Coming out, we would have to have something a little different.
Go ahead, Ms. Robinson.
Thank you. No, actually, this is the certification that's required by state code, Madam Counselor. I thought that the certification process will be where it will get a little bit maybe squirrely, for lack of folks, but probably the most straightforward way to deal with this, if no discussion was undertaken, is simply to deal with that certification straightforward. And there were no, if nothing was discussed, the answer would be no. There were no public matters discussed.
Right.
You know, I guess we couldn't achieve a quorum. And our certification doesn't say this, but the code does require, if you vote no, to put on the record why you cannot vote yes. So it would be no because a quorum was not taken, a quorum was not achieved, excuse me. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So we should all say no.
Mhm.
If no discussion was made, so there were 3 people, you said, Madam Mayor, that were in that meeting at least for a while?
Yeah, we were in the meeting for almost 25 minutes trying to see if the other members of council were joining us.
Okay, and during that period of time, was any portion, any discussion touching on that motion actually discussed while you were waiting during those 25 minutes?
No, ma'am. Councilor Pelham said that she texted each member of council to let them know that we were on the secure line. IT sent out 2 messages, emails to council, letting them know a new line had been established.
Point
And
of
I
order.
also sent out an email.
Point of
we
order.
just-
Point of order.
Yes,
Point-
what's your point of order?
If you're going to explain why you were there, I'd like to explain why I was not there.
I'm not explaining. I was sharing what we discussed, so it's
You
on the
did
record.
explain.
Discuss any point of order.
What is your point of order?
Either you discussed what was on the closed meeting motion or you did not.
No, we did not.
Okay, and then that's all you need to say, yes or no, and move on.
No, we discussed the other members of council getting on the call.
But that's
Madam
not,
Attorney.
did you discuss anything within the?
Madam
motion?
Attorney, we're done with the point of order. The answer is no.
Thank
We're
you.
moving on.
Okay, in view of that, then for all of you, I believe the correct certification would be no. And then the reason why is because a quorum was not maintained or achieved.
Yes. Thank you. A quorum was not maintained or achieved. Okay.
And that was all that was necessary. Like,
I was answering the question. Please wait to speak. Councilor Pelham, you're on the line now. I just got a message that Councilor Pelham was on the call. Is that correct?
Hold on.
You're on the line now. Okay, you're
Can
there.
you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
To bring you up to speed, we came out of closed session and we're at the certification part. The city attorney opined that we should all respond no because the quorum was not maintained or achieved when we went back into closed session after the new conference line was established.
Okay, no.
No, we haven't. That's
Oh,
where we
yeah.
are right now. Okay.
Okay.
So that's the motion on the floor is to do the certification. Madam Clerk.
Okay, so I'm doing the certification again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There's no discussion?
No, there's not discussion for certification. You can make your comments as the city attorney said when you say no. Correct, Madam Attorney? When you state no, you have to state why you're voting no. Correct, Madam Attorney?
That's correct. Why you can't certify yes.
Correct. Okay. Madam Clerk, can you proceed with the roll call, please, for certification?
Councilor Denton?
No, and the reason our meeting was breached and I signed off of it and I left the room because we were not sure that we would be able to get back into a meeting. We would just come back to the regular meeting.
Councilor Pelham?
No, I would say an inadvertent switch of the, whatever happened that was exposed to the public. We said no, but I stayed in the closed session until 7:30, waiting for the other members to come back. I text them and asked them to call the new number that the IT had established so that it could be closed session because we had another hour to go. At that point, we had an hour and 25 minutes to go. And if the counselors never came back, so it was only 3 people in closed session.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
No, and I don't have a comment.
Counselor Randolph.
No, I was not part of a quorum. There was no quorum and I didn't know there was anything. I went and into the other room and cooked dinner.
Counselor Holloway.
No, no quorum. I was present, but there was no quorum.
Counselor Parton.
No, because a quorum was not maintained nor achieved.
Mayor Gore.
No, because the quorum was not maintained or achieved. Thank you. We're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. We're opening our regular meeting of City Council. Madam Clerk, can you please conduct the roll call?
Counselor Denton.
Here.
Counselor Pelham.
Here.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Here.
Counselor Randolph.
Here.
Counselor Holloway.
Here.
Counselor Parton.
Present.
Mayor Gore.
Here. Thank you to everyone that's joining us, watching on YouTube. This is the first time we're doing it this way. We do not have any members of the public joining us with the Zoom software because we changed the layout. This is also visible on Council Live from my understanding. So thank you for working with us as we change the layout for this meeting and testing something different moving forward. We'd like to have the prayer by Mr. Bragg, Director of Intergovernmental and Public Affairs, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance of the flag of the United States of America, led by Councilor Denton.
Will you bow your heads as I pray? All wise and loving Father, first, I want to take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of all who are gathered and those listening under the sound of my voice. Father, thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Father, I pray that you will continue to bless this council and city administration. Bless this city called Hopewell and bless its leaders. And Father, I ask that you would bless this agenda that is before us this evening. Father, even in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic, there is still hope of a brighter tomorrow. Therefore, grant us greater faith that you would bring this crisis to pass. You said in your word, consider it pure joy, my brothers, whenever you face trials of many kinds, because you know that testing of your faith develop perseverance. Lord, continue to keep us and provide us with renewed strength that better days are before us. Let us not become weary in doing good, for we will receive our harvest of eternal life at the right time, if we weep not. Lord, help us to keep the faith and fight the good fight. Father, I thank you for your good grace and your tender mercies. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance
We
to the
just-
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Just for a clear understanding, I did expand the screen to see all the people that are joining us as panelists for tonight's meeting. Counselor Denton, is joined by the Zoom software, Counselor Randolph, Zoom software, Counselor Pelham, Zoom software, Vice Mayor Bennett, Zoom software, Counselor Parton, you are joining us by phone, correct?
Correct.
And then Counselor Holloway is joining us by phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the other members of council, please use your hand on the Zoom software, and then the members that are joining by phone, I'll call on you after each time to see if you have anything to say. And I did expand the screen to be able to see everyone clearly, to see if anyone has their hands raised.
Where's the hand up thing? I don't see that. I see this agenda in front of me, but I don't see the actually hand. Is there a split screen I can go through to?
Ms.
I see chats.
Ms. Pelham, if you go to participants,
Okay.
click
Thank
on
you.
that, and then everybody's name will come up, and at the bottom, it'll say raise hand. A button will say raise hand.
Thank you so much.
Mayor Gore, I'm sorry. I just want to say that somebody has texted me and said when you go on Council Live, it's giving you a link to go to the YouTube channel. Is that accurate?
Yes, I thought it would be streaming through the council live, but apparently they put a link up, but it's streaming on the YouTube page.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
she
the-
said you can only screen one thing.
Yes. So the most efficient way would be to advise people to go to the YouTube so we don't have to bypass council live. Okay. We're going to move on to the agenda. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda? Counselor Denton?
Yes, I would like to make a motion
The
to
consent
move R2 up to right under the consent agenda before the unfinished business.
Point of order.
What?
Yes, Vice Mayor Bennett. 1 second. Vice Mayor Bennett has a point of order.
Are we not doing the consent agenda first?
No, the consent agenda is after the regular meeting agenda.
So we don't accept the consent agenda first and then go to the unfinished business because that's in the roll.
No, if you look at the agenda on the screen, it's the agenda, adopt the regular meeting agenda, roll call, and then the consent agenda, and that's the layout that we've been using. Are you able to see the screen?
Yeah, I see it. Okay.
And I couldn't hear what Mr. Denton said.
Counselor Denton, can you repeat yourself, please?
Yes, I would like to move R2 up before the unfinished business.
Second.
And R2, for clarity for everyone that does not have the screen, it's the local choice TLC annual insurance renewal. That item is being requested to move up to where, Counselor Denton, the first above unfinished business?
Above unfinished business, yes.
Okay. That motion's been made by Counselor Denton and it's been seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett. It's before council. Is there any discussion? I see no one with their hands raised in the Zoom software. Counselor Holloway or Counselor Parton, do you have any comments?
No, I'm good.
No.
Okay. Okay, there is no discussion. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
No. Did you know where your hand symbol is, Counselor Pelham?
I'm trying to hit it. It won't go.
It's okay, go ahead.
On UB1 and UB3, that language, is it the same language that we had last week? And if it isn't, would it be appropriate to make an amendment to use that same language that we had last week? And it looked like it was expanded.
The language Is this a point of order is this a point of order? Or are you asking me for clarity?
I'm asking, I guess, the Madam Attorney. If the language was changed, it looks like the language for UB1 and UB3, the language was expanded to include other extended explanation for that. Is that okay the way it's written?
Madam Chair, may I respond?
I can.
Yes, ma'am.
So the agenda items are what's controlling, not the text that is put in basically for the convenience of council. So how it's phrased in the issue category really is sort of to direct you as to how the presentation will go, but it doesn't have any kind of value in terms of how the agenda item was presented to you for the purposes of this meeting.
Okay. With that, I'll just make a motion to remove UB4 from the agenda totally.
Second. The motion has been made by Councilor Pelham, seconded by Mayor Gore. It's in discussion. Any hands raised? Ms. Robinson?
Yes, ma'am. So since you all have already voted, I think you voted to approve the agenda.
No, she just asked to move that item up. We didn't approve the agenda yet.
No, I'm asking for this. For this one, I'm asking to, how can I do?
Yeah, I think there was a motion to approve subject to that one change.
That's right.
Vote taken. And so that, in my mind, was the one amendment to the agenda. And so your agenda now has been approved in this with that one modification.
All right, thank you.
If that's the case, you can make subsequent changes, but you could only do it with a 2/3 vote. It would not be a majority vote. And that was the reason I came online.
Okay, thank you. So
okay. Are you making it? Okay.
Yeah, well, would it be another amendment to the agenda to drop UB4?
You're requesting to amend the agenda to drop UB4. Ms. Robinson?
That would be an amendment after the agenda has been approved.
Okay.
Is 2/3 vote.
So that's the motion on the floor, correct?
We've already voted for the other total amendment, right?
Right.
Okay, so that motion's on the floor is to amend the agenda to remove UB4 is placed before council. It's in discussion. Any hands raised? There are no hands raised. Councilor Parton, Councilor Holly, do you have anything to share?
No.
No, I don't have anything to share.
Okay, I do have a point to ask. Councilor Pelham, would you be amenable to adding IR1? Because this item should not be on the agenda as the first IR. It was not added to the March 31st agenda, and it was not added on the first version of this agenda that was sent out before it was amended last night. The amended agenda that was published last night included this, but it wasn't on any prior agendas. And if it's going to be added, it should be added at the end of the IRs in order of received. Right now, it pushes to the top when I, in particular, have items that have been waiting in order for them to be discussed.
Yes, it's fine.
And that's a friendly amendment. Mr. Altman.
Madam Mayor, went back and looked at the March 31st meeting agenda.
Yep.
That item was actually on there as IR1.
Mm,
Mhm. It was.
where?
It's IR1 on the March 31st meeting agenda. Request for city council to vote to establish a rule that supports a new practice to limit city councilors' ability to place items on future agendas, conduct research with staff, and seek legal guidance for potential legislative items.
Right. And who submitted that? Is that supposed to be the version of my agenda item that I put on there?
I don't know who submitted it.
That's your agenda item. So here's the thing.
But that's not the verbiage that I submitted for this agenda item, and it was changed without my knowledge or approval.
Okay, so here, can I speak?
Sure, go ahead.
Here's the thing. Your the items that they're already in Municode and they were already written up. Now, I do not have access to your emails that you sent to the clerk or anyone sent to the clerk in reference to the IR items they wanted to and there's not a system right now that I could actually get to last night. I know there's a system, but we couldn't get to a system last night where we can see in chronological order which one of these items came before last. So right now, what I'm working on with the in the agenda process in reference to the IR items is gathering all the information and having a discussion with sending emails out to council and stating, hey, look, if you can send me the emails when you sent these items to the clerk, that way I can put them on a spreadsheet and date them, and that would be a more efficient way to track them. So, I mean, right now, this is the same exact IRs that were on the March 31st meeting, which was adopted. So, I mean, if there is an issue, I'm be so happy to discuss it with any counselor individually, or you can just shoot me an email.
Okay, so we can address this issue when we get to the IRs because there is a system in place and this is not the verbiage I submitted. So that's the problem. It was changed without my knowledge or approval. But if this is the item that I originally intended to be on, I can speak to my original intention. So Councilor Pelham, you can dismiss the friendly amendment. Councilor Randolph?
This was the exact verbiage that was on March 31st.
And I'm explaining that that exact verbiage is what I did not submit. And I said that before. Not the first time the items have been altered. So.
If you'll let me finish, what I was going to say was that there wasn't, I don't remember whether or not we even got to the IRs on March 31st. And so rather than go into it tonight for each one as to whether the verbiage is correct or not, why don't we agree to allow the vice mayor and whoever put on some of these agenda IRs to discuss whether the verbiage is correct outside of the meeting.
Oh, I'm fine. I removed my issue. I can speak to the subject. It's fine with me, the way it's written. There are no other hands raised for discussion. Unless Councilor Parton and Councilor Howell have anything else to add.
I don't have anything to add.
Thank you.
I do not have anything to add.
Okay, and for the record, I rescinded my friendly amendment, Councilor Pelham. So the motion on the floor is just to remove UB 4 from the agenda. Roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
No.
Councilor Randolph,
No.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
No.
Mayor Gore.
Yes, that motion passes, correct?
Nice.
Yes.
I thought
No.
that it was supposed to be a three.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supermajority. I'm sorry, hold on. I'm sorry, I forgot we're amending the agenda. It's okay, it's still gonna be on there. We're gonna move on. The next item on the agenda, since we amended it, is going to be communications from citizens has been removed from this agenda,
Consent agenda.
the consent agenda item. Is there a motion to amend or approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Hello?
Yes, Counselor Denton.
I can't find my raised hand. Here it is, here it is, here it is.
I
Yeah.
see it. Go ahead.
Good. I would just like to amend the consent agenda by taking off the pending items. Since we do have a rather lengthy agenda tonight, let's take care of the first things first. So I would like to take off C2.
Second. Table
Counselor
it.
Denton made a motion to remove C2 from the consent agenda, and it's been seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett. Is there discussion?
Yes, I can't raise my hand.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I just inquire, why would you want to, it just as a reminder to take it off? May I ask her why she would like to take it off? I don't see. It's just a reminder to us what we have going on, and we have so much going on that it helps me to stay on track, actually, when you see it in writing, to inquire about it.
The motion on the floor is to remove it, Counselor Pelham, just to keep the meeting going.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
Any other discussion? And just a point of clarification, consent items on the agenda are just submitted for information only. We don't act on these items. And I think that's the point Counselor Pelham is making. So roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
No.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
No. We're going to move on to R2, which is the first item on the agenda this evening, Local Choice TLC Annual Insurance Renewal. City Council, the issue is City Council is requested to approve the 2020-2021 Local Choice TLC healthcare rates as proposed by One Digital, the city's benefit consultant, during the April 14th, 2020 meeting. Mr. Altman.
Madam Mayor, members of council, it is that time of year again for us to renew the city's health benefits for our employees. This year we experienced a 6.3% increase in our premium. Ms. Sears is on the call on the Zoom meeting, along with Ms. Jones from One Digital, who is our consultant. I turn it over to Ms. Sears to walk you through our renewal. We are proposing to renew, and this council's action this evening would allow us to move forward with open enrollment.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of council. Can you all hear me okay?
No, I can't.
Can anyone hear me?
I can
Yes,
hear you.
ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I participate this evening to discuss our annual TLC renewal. I'd like to start just by reminding you of our experience this current plan year and our previous plan year. So 2 years ago, or our 2018-2019 plan year, we experienced a slight increase, and the city fully absorbed that increase for that plan year. And then in our current plan year, which would be 2019 to 2020, we experienced a slight decrease, and the city absorbed the decrease to offset the increase it absorbed the previous year. So as Mr. Altman has stated, for this upcoming year, which would be the 2020-2021 plan year, our renewal came in with an overall increase of approximately 6.3%, which equates to about $270,000. And that figure is based on our current enrollment elections, the number of participants in each of our current plans. It appears as though someone is getting to the support docs that are included in your packet. So if you go one more page. All right, if you go back up, in front of you right now, you have our current rates, and it's broken down by the total premium, monthly premium, the city's monthly contribution, and employees' monthly contribution, and then the employee per pay contribution. If you go to the next screen or scroll up slightly, you will have the proposed rates. So for the city, for the employees, we would like it to stay the same. So the only difference would be that you would see would be in the premium share for the city. And from a monthly perspective, it would be as little as $29 a month and as high as $116 a month for the city. But overall, for the entire plan year, the total difference, like I said, is about $273,000. As you know, right now is a very uncertain and overwhelming time for our employees. So city administration would like to fully absorb the increase and allow the employee share for active employees to remain the same for the upcoming plan year. However, I just want to note, if you see the next screen where it talks about early retirees, and that would be those who are pre-Medicare, meaning they are not yet eligible for Medicare, we would want to continue with the same practice we've had for at least the past 2 plan years. I believe when I returned to the city in 2016, this was already in place. If not, I know it definitely was the July 1 of 2017. And what you see in front of you tonight would be the new rates for retirees not yet Medicare eligible. And as you will see, it's based on years of experience. And for those with 15 to 19 years of service, the city pays 20% of the total premium. And for those with 20 plus years of service, the city pays 30% of the total premium. So that's a little more clear cut, and we just want to keep it as we have been doing over the past few years with each renewal. So like I said, we would like to have City Council approve keeping the employees flat and the city fully absorbing the increase for active employees, and then maintaining the current cost share method in place for early retirees. Does anyone have any questions?
Ms. Sears, are you done with your presentation before we open the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, there has to be a motion on the floor for us to entertain discussion, correct, Madam Attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion on the floor? Please raise your hand in order to be recognized. And I'll ask for IT to unmute Councilor Holloway and Councilor Parton, just their lines, because they can't raise their hands. Councilor Denton.
Administration's recommendation to keep the employee premiums the same for the 2021 plan year.
There's a motion on the floor.
Second.
Who seconded that?
Second.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Vice Mayor Bennett. The motion's on the floor by Councilor Denton to accept the rates and to approve this request, and it's been seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett. Is there any discussion? Councilor Denton, is your hand raised again for discussion?
No, I'm trying to lower it. There we go.
Councilor Randolph?
Is that motion correct to have the premium stay the same? Because the discussion, the presentation said the premiums would be going up 6.3%. What we want is the employee pay for their premiums to stay the same, because we don't have control over how much the premiums are. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Mr. City Attorney?
Yeah, I
Mr. City
said
Manager?
recommend to keep the employee premiums the same for the 2021 year.
I can't raise my hand, but I have a comment.
1 second, one moment. Madam Clerk, can you read the motion that Counselor Denton stated that's before council?
Not get the beginning of her motion. She was muted at the beginning of it.
Counselor Denton, can you please repeat your motion?
Yes, I can. Made a motion to approve the city administration's recommendation to keep employee premiums the same for the 2020-21 plan year. And that the city will absorb the increase. I hope that's full clear.
Madam Clerk, let me know if you captured that.
Yeah, I'm getting it. That was a long one. Okay.
Okay, and that motion was seconded by Vice Mayor Bennett. Counselor Randolph, you have your hand raised. Does that address your question still? You have the floor last.
No, ma'am. I believe that, I understand what Counselor Denton is trying to say, but, I'm not sure that that's, the wording is correct, and I just want to check to make sure. Plus, we need to add that we also will continue to, maintain the cost share for retirees as well, per the presentation.
Okay, so Counselor Randolph, that was the motion that she made. Would you like to make an amended motion or make a friendly amendment so we can keep the conversation going?
Yeah, I'd like to that motion, add a friendly amendment to also maintain the cost share for retirees' healthcare as we have done in the past several years. I'd also, that's a motion amendment, but I'd also like to ask the city manager if he feels that the way that it was worded for the plan costs to employees is structured properly so that it will be, if we vote on this, it will be appropriate.
Okay, before you ask him that question, Counselor Denton, are you fine with that friendly amendment to add the retiree information to it?
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Mr. Altman, can you address Counselor Randolph's question?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. Counselor Randolph, with your friendly amendment, I believe that the motion satisfies staff's request
Okay.
with regard to our renewal.
Okay.
Counselor Randolph, are you done with the floor?
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor Pelham, you had your hand raised.
Yes. The city manager, did you put any consideration or what are the differences in the employees paying part somewhat of the 6.3% increase and not just the citizens tax base paying for all of that? Did you have any computations on how that could play out? Because some people have premium, have chosen the top, I guess, healthcare, like I would too. But the thing is, later on in the agenda, we're gonna put money, we try to put money away into another account to save, but yet the city, this is over $250,000. Do the employees have, can't they sustain part of their own health care as well?
Yes, ma'am. So Counselor Pelham, We did look at employee cost share, but I felt like when we got to the point in the budget where we weren't able to do a raise, that I didn't want to decrease anyone's take-home pay by having them handle the increase in healthcare. But we did look at a cost share analysis, but knowing that we weren't going to be able to do a raise at all this year, my objective going in was to not hurt the bottom line of our employees. If we could, we were able to accomplish that in the proposed budget. So that's why we have the recommendation to absorb the cost.
Okay. And also, I mean, this is like a standalone number. I mean, so we haven't even really addressed the weak points of the budget overall. Is it safe for us to make this motion so early, not knowing the other ramifications of the budget, what's up and low, not knowing what 18 is going to do? Can you give us, unless you can give us an update today about, is the CAFR 18 will be start off at a negative balance like 17 as well? Will we start off as a $500,000 short? How is 18 falling out? So I mean, those type of things we need to know before we could, to me, feasibly make a sound decision. But I mean, we can make a decision, but 17 was a $500,000 short. What is 18 going to be? And now you're asking close to really $300,000 for increase. So, and I can see if everyone took the minimum or whatever the healthcare premium is, but when can it be any compromise and we pay for those that, who is that?
I don't know how that happened.
Pay for something, I don't know. Is everybody, so we're gonna pay for everyone that chooses the, and now if we're gonna pay for it, will people be able to change their option to get the maximum and we go over that amount, or they gonna keep their same health care?
Somebody's sharing the wrong screen.
Hello?
So Matt,
I mean, suppose if I was an employee who had a healthcare benefit I had to pay $75 as a deductible, can I now go back and change my mind and say, nope, I'm gonna get the HMO or whatever it is to pay no deductible? Will everybody have the option to go back to that, which means it probably will increase the cost of the healthcare plan? Have y'all thought about that? Are you?
So when we did look at what the savings might be if we passed along some of that expense, and I'm trying to looking around to see if I could find my book. I think the saving was might have been in the neighborhood of $20,000. So it wasn't a tremendous amount of savings.
Okay.
Say that.
Well, I mean, in the future, can you give us that information? I mean, when you do a comparison, you know, that would help, and we wouldn't have to have this discussion. That impact. But my question too is further, can people go back now and get the premium healthcare package because the city is going to incur all the expenditures, all the expenses?
So no, well, we're just absorbing the increase. So you still would have to pay your premium. If you change plans and went from the low end plan to the high end plan, you'll pay more from going from that low end plan to the high end plan.
But the city will pay 10 times that amount.
We're
just on one of these, for an example, the first chart, the employee pay, one of these plans, the employee pays $71 and the city pays $300 and some dollars. The city pays $391. I mean, for the premium plan, the city pays $463, right? No, the city pays $391 and the employee only pays $71. But even if their employee costs increase, as you can see, that's like 5.5 times more that the city has to pay. So if everybody changed from the low in to the high premium, the city's going, this number is going to change substantially.
May I say something?
You sure?
I don't think we're going to see a lot of movement based on this action. I think what I'm hearing you say, Councilor Pelham, is that you're concerned that by the city absorbing the increase, we're going to see a significant shift from the high deductible or the 250 plan to the expanded plan. Am I hearing you correctly?
Of course, I would if I was an employee.
Historically, that has not been our experience.
Because you always shared the cost.
Right, and we're still sharing the cost. We're just simply keeping the employees flat. So what they pay today for the applicable plans is the same amount they will pay as of July 1 of this year. So generally, the plan design and the premium drives enrollment. So if their premium is staying the same, they are likely not going to make any changes because the city's share changes.
How long do we have before you have to put this plan into being?
I have to confirm our enrollment, our renewal by May 1st, and part of that renewal submission process is I have to put in our open enrollment dates. And I can't determine those dates until these rates are set. So really this meeting is the deadline. If we push it to the next meeting, it's really not.
Yeah, it won't be possible, I'm sure. Yeah, but that is just too late and not enough information for me, but I'll pass. That's all I have.
Okay, I see hands raised for Councilor Denton and Councilor Randolph, but before they get called on for a second time, if that is in fact what they meant to do, Councilor Martin and Councilor Holloway, you're on the line. Do you have anything to add for during discussion?
No, I'm good.
Councilor Holloway?
No.
Okay, I think Councilor Randolph still has her hand raised, but before I call on you, I have a comment for my first round. Ms. Sears, when did you guys get this, or Mr. Altman, when did you guys get this rate information back to be able to share with council?
I believe we got the rates in March, finalized in March, if I remember correctly. I can't remember the exact day, but it was when
Yeah, that's my recollection as well.
Okay. Typically when we have this in discussion about the employee current plan for health insurance is usually during the whole budget discussion. And I've been trying to get the budget to be discussed since kind of November when I was placing on the agenda to figure out all of our steps to make sure we had things in order. When we talk about doing increases for health insurance, we usually have to weigh it out against revenue, what we have coming in, because it's going to be an increase in our budget expenditures. Right now, we haven't had a budget meeting, and it's April, regarding our preliminary discussions. And I understand COVID-19 happened, but we had February and January to start budget discussions. The city manager did give us a document last week regarding some proposed budget information that they had to adjust because of COVID-19. But even still, I'd like to have a better understanding or a discussion regarding revenue, because we haven't even talked about our proposed tax rates, and that's due for the tax bills like next week. So in addition to that, my other concern is the way that we're talking about this outside of like a normal budget work session is that it's pretty much that we have to decide on it today. And with not having a full picture, it's kind of difficult to say what we will be moving around. I'll ask the city manager one other question, but in terms of the raises, you said that we weren't doing raises for employees, but council didn't make that decision. That was the internal decision to not present raises, correct? Because we haven't had a budget meeting. Your line is messing up. So because internally, the decision was made not to do raises, the recommendation is to do this so that staff wouldn't come out of pocket. But what is our revenue projections looking like right now? So we can have an understanding of $300,000 almost being taken out of our revenue.
I don't have the revenue projections in front of me, but the budget that is being presented is based on the current year. We did not make any increases other than the healthcare increase and the necessary increases we have. I think our budget increased $300,000 over the current year budget. And with projected revenues, we think we'll be there, but we had to make some sacrifices, one of which was making a recommendation not to do rate, and in turn handle making sure our employees are safe with addressing the healthcare issue. We're not proposing any new projects, any real increases in departmental spending. So our budget is pretty much based on current year budget with very minimal increases, this being the one. And we're confident that we will have the revenue to address it. Again, I mean, so that's where we're at.
What is the, okay, I see that. I'm looking at your packet that you left in the mailboxes, but what is the revenue? Do you have that?
I don't have it in front of me, no.
The base off of the revenue projections you guys have internally, you feel like this 300,000 will be covered with the revenue projections? Because even if you keep the budget baseline, this is still new money that's being spent out, which means you have to have new funds to pay for it. So you're saying that even with the budget baseline out from last year, with whatever estimates you guys have internally for revenue projections, you feel like it will cover this $300,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And just to clarify,
Can you speak louder?
we have to be, we're always in this position of having to make a decision on healthcare at this time of year to make sure we can get open enrollment done in May. So we've always taken action prior to adopting the budget on our healthcare plan.
Yes, but we usually have like discussions about the money at the time. I just want to make sure I'm tracking because I have people asking questions. I'm also making sure that the information is very clear because we don't have that in our packet tonight. So you answered my question. Councilor Randolph, I think your hand is still raised. Is that intentional?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, I was going to talk about the budget in regards to this as well. And my input on that is while we received a preliminary no change budget given to us in the past week, that does not mean that the budget that we had last year still has to stand. And I know for one, I am going to be looking at cutting that budget in many different ways. I would rather spend $230,000 in employee health care than I would in several other areas, and would look to, since we're not going to be able to give potential raises to employees, not having them come out of pocket for something that is just as important to them as their pocket money, and that is health care for them and their families. And so I'll be looking at the budget in order to cut it in areas that will make sense for the city as a whole where I can. Thanks.
You're welcome. And at this time, there's no other hands raised. I like to make a request to ensure that the budget packet is included in the next regular meeting agenda. I'm doing this on the record because I've been asking for it behind the scenes to ensure we have a full conversation regarding the proposals, our revenue, our expenditures, and things of that nature. There's a motion on the floor. Madam Clerk.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, can you repeat that, what you want to request for the next agenda?
I'll send it in writing.
Okay, please do. Thank you.
And it'll be our item. Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion on the floor?
Yes, ma'am. The motion on the floor is to approve the city administrator recommendation to keep employee premiums the same for the 2020-2021 and for the city to absorb the cost of the increase and Council Randolph added an amendment to maintain the cost share for retirees.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Council Denton,
Yes.
Council Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Council Randolph,
Yes.
Council Holloway,
Yes.
Council Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Moving on to unfinished business from our March 31st meeting. UB1, setting up a special account for the Francisco Landing project proceeds. The issue submitted for council's packet on January 31st, 2020, the Francisco Landing LLC officially purchased the old Patrick Copeland site with proceeds amounting in $426,214.11. City staff is requesting a special account eventually be set up for the proceeds. This money will be used as necessary with the development agreement signed by Mr. Altman and Mr. Bowman on December 6, 2018. The agreement includes the city buying back improved parcels to include the amphitheater and plaza areas. The development agreement is attached and more information is provided in the background section. City council is requested to approve setting up a special account. This will serve as the funds will be used exclusively for this project rather than revert to a general fund. Staff is not able to expend general funds without action of city council. I'm going to move down to the packet section for the backup for Mr. Dean. Go ahead.
I have my hand raised too.
Okay. Go ahead. Council, you have to.
Is there a
I would like
presentation?
to either have a permission to make a motion or a motion to postpone this request until late August. I mean, I really would like to just take it off the agenda, but to postpone it to some future date for discussion. If I have to specify a date, I will.
You're making a motion to postpone this item.
Yes.
And I'm trying to work on getting Mr. Dane unmuted. Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Yes.
Typically, when you have motions to postpone an item, it goes to a vote. Is there any disagreement with that?
No, there is not.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to postpone this item indefinitely. Is that correct, Councilor Palmer, or to a later successive?
Definitely up until February 2022 when we have to make a payment.
Ms. Robinson, is that clear? Is that fine for the roll call?
Well, let's say to December of 2020. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's postponed to a certain time. She's identified that.
Okay. Thank you very much. The motion on the floor, Ms. Brown, is to postpone this item until December of 2020.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Councilor Parton. Roll call, please.
So Denton,
I'm sorry, one moment. We have a hand raised by Councilor Randolph.
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to understand if Mr. Dane or the city manager could let us know the impact, positive or negative, of postponing it, please. So I better understand what impact this would have. Now, this is for the Francisco Landing, as I understand it, to set up a fund for us to put the money into, correct?
Correct, but there's a motion on the floor, Ms. Robinson. When there's a motion to postpone, do we typically have discussion?
Yes, this is a debatable motion.
Okay.
What'd
So
she say? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear her.
it's debatable. You can ask the city manager, Mr. Dane, your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dane, I think you still muted. I'm trying to unmute you, but Mr.
I was
Altman.
waiting to see if Mr. Altman wanted to answer first, that's all.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Altman.
But I mean, I'm happy to. The whole purpose of this was, when this agreement was originally made, we made it clear that there'd be money coming in, but it would be going back out eventually to pay for the parcels we bought back, the improved parcels and all. And so we can't spend that money for anything if it sits there. All we're trying to do is keep it sitting there so it doesn't just roll into the general fund and get lost in the mix. If council ever needed it for something else, they always have the ability to move it. This just keeps it from going to the general fund and getting rolled into all the other money and ends up being forgotten. But it's always accessible. We're not asking you to lock it there and never be able to touch it. Council can always do what they want with it. We're just trying to set it aside, hoping that we don't have to touch it. And then when we have to go in 2 years or so and buy back some of those properties, we have at least a portion of money sitting there to do that. That was the whole purpose of it. Obviously, council can not do that and just put it in the general fund, and then we'll just have to find the money when it comes time to do all that. We were just trying to make the process easier and cleaner for council later on down the road when the purchase had to be made back.
And we're still going to be earning interest on that money sitting there because it's going to be in our bank account, just in a different assigned GL, is from what I understand, correct?
I don't know the answer. It'll be sitting in our bank account. I assume it's earning interest at that point.
Yeah, okay. But we're just trying to label it so that, but we still have access to it should we need it.
We just don't, yes, ma'am. We just did not want it to get lost in the mix and forgotten. And then all of a sudden have a surprise in 2 years when we have to buy back the property. And maybe we didn't need to use that money for something else, but it got lost in the shuffle and ended up being spent. So that's all we were trying to do.
Okay, thank you. I'm done. Thank you.
You're welcome. Vice Mayor Bennett had her hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to ask a question. Is it a bank account or will it be another Munis line item?
It's just a separate Munis line item.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure how that money was going to be tracked, because I wasn't sure if it was going to be in another account somewhere or it would be in Munis in a line item where we can visually,
Yes, ma'am, it would be.
Okay.
So we would probably put the money in a fund, either in
Mr. Altman, you're having phone issues.
I'm having microphone issues.
No. Okay, that right there. Say something.
Okay.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
So if we would probably put the funds in another fund, either capital or a fund, say economic development fund. So the money would actually stay there. If it's in the general ledger in our operating budget, it would roll into fund balance at the end of the year, and then it would get lost. So we would probably set up a separate fund or an account within a fund, so it would sit there and we'd have access to it, but it wouldn't get rolled up into fund balance. So when we did need it, whether it be for Copeland or something else, we would have easy access to it.
But to Ms. Bennett's point, that would still be a Munis account. It wouldn't be some bank account somewhere.
Yeah, it just wouldn't be in our general ledger in the operating fund.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Bennett, does that answer your question?
I guess I know it'll be in Munis under a line item, but it wouldn't be in the general ledger, meaning it won't be part of the operating budget. So, okay, I understand.
Yes, ma'am. It would be accounted for and you would be able to see it. It just wouldn't be in the operating budget side of the house.
Okay. So what side would it be on?
Well, we have the capital account. So when we budget for a capital project, those funds don't roll into fund balance at the end of the year. They can carry across budget years.
Okay.
So if we put it, say, in the capital account, we could set up a line item that said, Francisco Landing Project, and we would put those, we would put those funds there, and then they would always.
Say again.
Mr. Altman, your phone is messing up again.
Okay. So is that better?
Yes.
If we put the money in the operating budget, at year end, all of those monies go into fund balance. So we would just need to put it in another fund, capital or economic development, that didn't roll into the bottom line at the end of the year. That way it would be there in 2 years when we needed it. That's all we're talking about. But council always has access to those funds.
So when you guys determine which where would you put it? Do you want to put it in the EDA, or are you going to put it in capital? That line item.
We haven't had a complete discussion of that. We didn't know if council would be interested and willing to do it, but if council approves this request this evening, when we make that determination, we will let council know which fund we put the money in, so that you can track it.
Okay, and if you just let us know when that happens, or just keep us posted on that, it'd be great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Counselor Denton, then Counselor Pelham after that.
Okay, I guess I think of it sort of as in real estate terms that we don't want to commingle this money that we're getting from the Francisco Landing with our regular operating budget because we will be using it for that Francisco Landing project. Mr. Altman, would that be going into an interest-bearing account?
I would assume that some of our accounts will have interest bearing, and we can, if we can, we will.
Okay.
But I don't know right off the top of my head that it would be an interest-bearing account. Our intent was to set the funds aside, kind of lockbox it, so when this expense came, we had funding already available to address that expense, as opposed to having to go find the money in a budget year, or if it were mid-budget year, cancel a capital project in order to pay for this obligation. So we just wanted to set it aside in a lockbox, if you will, for when the time was appropriate. Now, again, if council needed it for something, an emergency, we could always access it, but we just wanted to set it aside so it would be there when we needed it.
Thank you.
Counselor Dan, are you done?
Yep, I'm done.
All right. I'm going to call on Counselor Pelham.
It's got a pretty pretty good contract. Before the other councils join us, we did waive every permit fee and every connection fee, which is a lot of money that we've already have committed in the future for these people once they start building. To put the money separated again, it's like, I don't know, we are in something called a coronavirus. We don't know what this money is, money that would not be utilized until February of 2022. And putting it aside means that another group of councils is gonna have to, they're new, they're gonna have to remember that we made this decision back 2 years ago, and somebody's gonna have to remember. And if they don't remember, then that is just going to be a line item that's there. It's not going to accumulate, I don't think, any more interest than any other money we have in the general fund. It needs to be in the general fund, because at that time when if that council decides to buy back the amphitheater and all the other historic things that they may find while they're constructing that site, that's what it boils down to. That council then would have to make the decision, is it vital enough that the citizens will want us to purchase that back? It may be a shift in thought, but we should not make that decision 2 years from now. The payment process starts in 2022 if we decide to buy it back. The contract now doesn't say we have to buy it back, does it, Mr. Dane or Mr. March? If it doesn't, then let's wait to see what that council decides, whether or not the city will want to invest back in those properties. But right now, to make an early 2-year decision, I mean, that's almost 23 months from now. It is 23 months from now, when it is evident that we're gonna need that money that we sold for the good of our citizens, public money that we need to put public dollars back into our coffers so that we don't have to even consider a tax rate increase. And I think most of us know that if we decide to tell our citizens we're gonna give them a tax increase, or we gonna save money for a contractor 2 years from now, we know what they will say. But that would be a safety zone as well that we don't have to do. So we just gave up a sacrifice and gave up $273,000 to our own employees. So that won't be on their back. A contractor guy is not the same as just local citizens. So I would encourage you to put this decision off. If that council at that time next year decide that they want to put that money aside and we have that in our bank account or whatever, then let that group decide that. But right now, it's just, to me, it doesn't make much sense to do that. But that's up to you and your vote. But
Ms. Miller,
it
can I
is a
answer your
bad
question?
precedent to try to save money for one company if we're gonna buy something. It just does not make sense.
Can I answer your question from a
Surely
moment?
can.
Ma'am?
Yes, sir.
The contract says, the development agreement says that over the course of this first year, they'll be developing all their plans. They'll share them with us. They'll sit down with us. We'll agree within the next year as to what we'll be buying back when it's completed 2 years from now.
Yeah.
So the commitment will be made over the course of the next year or so. That's
Oh,
why
you
we
would make, okay, that's my point. Make it when it comes up. Don't make it 2 year, or
Okay.
year,
Well,
2 years in advance.
That's certainly one of the options. We're just trying to keep it from being as impactful later, and you can always get to the money if you needed to. That's all.
Oh, but if we keep it where it belongs, where the people's money are in the general fund for operations, we don't have to worry about making another motion to bring it back out somewhere. That's my point, opposite.
Okay. Counselor Pelham, are you done with the floor?
Yes.
Just a reminder to council, we do have a motion on the floor, and the motion is to table this indefinitely to a specific date. So please keep your comments germane to that motion if you agree or do not agree to postpone this to a later date. Vice Mayor Bennett, then Counselor Denton.
I just had a question. Counselor Pelham stated, the question was, are we binded into purchasing back from the contract? So we're not binded by purchasing back?
No.
Okay, that's it. I just wanted to have that be clear. Thank you.
Counselor Denton.
I'd like to say something after Counselor Denton says something.
Thank you.
I said mine. I'm okay.
Counselor Parton.
Thank you. With this deal that's before us, I'm just not, and I've talked with Mr. Altman about this. I'm just not very comfortable or think it's a good idea for the city to be trying to buy back something that we sold to a developer, that the council prior to myself being on sold to a developer, and then now we're buying something back from them. It essentially just makes it look like the city's acting as a pass-through for money, and that these developers are getting something for nothing. And especially when I know that there are just a ton of needs in this city, and for the city to be buying items that are more luxury items than necessities, I just don't think it's a good financial prudent decision to do something like this. But that's just my 2 cents about it.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, I see hands raised again by Counselor Denton and then Vice Mayor Bennett. And just to clarify, Counselor Denton, did you mean to raise your hand this time?
Oh, no.
No. Okay. Vice Mayor Bennett, I believe this will be your third time speaking on the subject. Did you
No,
mean to?
I didn't have my hand up.
Okay. All right, Counselor, your hand is raised again. I'm sure that's by accident. I'm just letting you know. Any other comments or discussion? Nope. Ms. Holloway, you're on the line. Do you have anything to add?
No.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please repeat the motion on the floor?
The motion is to move to postpone UB1 indefinitely, or I don't know, Counselor Pelham, you said December 20th.
December 2020.
Okay, and to postpone it till then for discussion.
All right. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor
Thank
Gore.
you.
Yes. Moving on to UB2, DHR, Virginia Department of Historical Resources, Historical Marker, Kit Pax Plantation Archaeological Site. Issue application is in place for historical marker to recognize Kit Pax Plantation Archaeological Site in the graves of Jane Roth, Bowling, and Thomas Roth. Mr. Altman, do you want me to call on you? I don't see Ms. Griffin on the line.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the request is, so Counselor Denton approached and was willing and interested in using her ward improvement funds to place the sign, but we would just need to have council approval to move forward with the DHR application to be able to sign that and submit it. And Counselor Denton wanted to use her funds again to pay for the sign. So we put it on the agenda. So council was interested to allow us to submit the application and authorize me to sign the application to send to DHR. And I don't know, there was a lot of backup information, a draft application and other information in the packet. I'm not sure.
I have it.
Okay, yeah.
The way this agenda is laid out, it's not hyperlinked, so I have to keep scrolling back and forth. So if I'll do that, yeah.
But anyway, if Counselor Denton would like to speak to the matter, since she was the one that brought the item forth, I'd be willing to defer to her. Again, council, if council's interested, all staff is looking for is approval for us to submit the application, for me to execute the application.
Okay, Counselor Denton, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. Actually, Leanne Ball, who is with the Historic Hopewell Foundation, is the one who has done a lot of the research on this. And the total cost, this is for a plaque, one of the road signs, plaques that you see, signs. And the total cost is $2,345. And that is for the marker, it's for the pole, and it's for the labor to put it in the ground. Where it would be, for you all that are not familiar, if you go down Cedar Level Road, there is a old plantation there that belonged to the Heretic family. And now the conservatory has that property, Archaeological Conservancy has the property. And they have verified that on that property is the son of Pocahontas and John Rolfe is buried there. And there is a plaque there. Also, the granddaughter of Pocahontas and John Rolfe are there. That child is buried, that woman is buried there as well. It already has been approved by the historic mark for the state and national historic site designation. So what we are trying to do, what Historic Hopewell would like to do, Foundation would like to do, is to construct the sign, and you have to go through a lot of red tape because you have to cross all your T's and dot all your I's, because the Virginia Department of Historic Resources make sure that everything is to make sure this is a historic marker significant for the city of Hopewell. If we go through all the red tape and it is approved by the state, then there will be quite a celebration that we will have quite a few dignitaries in Hopewell for it. And it is a very important archaeological site for Hopewell to enhance our tourist traffic. So I would like to get your approval to go ahead and see if we can get this designation, but also to, I do not mind using my board improvement money, what's left of it, and the other part of it. But if this is something that you as a city would like to be a part of, that is fine too. However you would like for it to be.
I can't.
I'll be glad to answer any questions.
I have a question.
Sure.
Can we do, when the motion is made, is there a way you can add Pocahontas to this application process? Because I understand her graves, something is over there that's relevant to her.
Well, yes, it's already there. That it says here lies the son of Pocahontas and John Rolfe.
Okay, is that a historical marker though?
The historical marker that will be on Cedar Level Road.
What I'm saying, I'm saying she should get the same, or her son, whoever it is, I know it's some reference, should get the same as these two guys. Whatever the historical highway marker means the same. So can we add that in as a token of her contribution to this?
Oh, I am sure there will be a lot more to this, Ms. Ellen, because we know that site was a huge trade area with the Native American Indians, and we know, and the actual language that will be on the marker will be done by the Virginia Department of Historic Resources. They determine what has to go on that marker.
Well, we can just throw her name in there too, for they can make sure they consider that, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm sure that Pocahontas' name will be on there.
I know we don't know for sure, but if her name is actually printed on the application, then it mean that no one will forget.
Yeah, I mean, we'll certainly pass that on, but that's.
No, I'm asking you, can I make that as a part of the motion?
I can do that, but this is so rigid, and the restrictions that the state and national put on us.
Yeah, let them decide. We just need to put it in.
Yeah, they will have to decide.
Is this a friendly amendment so we can continue the conversations, you guys?
Yeah, if you accept the friendly amendment to add the son of Pocahontas lies here also, so they can always integrate that into the verbiage. Thank you.
Councilor Dunn, do you accept that friendly amendment? Well, there's no motion.
Yeah, I mean, I can't promise you that, but I will, I
I
can,
know, you can't even promise that they're gonna do these two, but that's what I'm saying. It won't make a difference if you add her name, let them make that a consideration.
Yes, but just to bring everybody back, Counselor Denton did her presentation. There is no motion on the floor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
On the floor.
I'll make one.
I'll move that the city of Hopewell apply to place a historic.
Counselor Denton was, not Counselor, Counselor Randall, Pelham had the floor. Can you let her make her motion that she was trying to make, going back and forth with Counselor Denton?
I like to make a motion for the application to place a historic highway marker to recognize the Kipex Plantation archaeological site in the graves of John Rolfe Bowling and Thomas Rolfe and the son of Pocahontas.
So moved.
Thank you. The motion's been made by Counselor Pelham, seconded by Counselor Parton.
Seconded.
It's been seconded by Counselor Parton. I'm waiting for the interim clerk to see if she captured all of that. Ms.
I
Pelham?
did not. I need, Counselor Pelham, can you please repeat that?
It's the same as UB2 except adding Pocahontas, son of Pocahontas.
Okay.
Where do you want to insert son of Pocahontas after Thomas?
After Thomas Rolfe.
Okay.
all right.
It's been moved and it's been seconded by Counselor Parton. Now we are officially in discussion. Does anyone?
Can I raise my hand here?
Sure.
I want to answer Counselor Pelham. Okay, this information that I have from Leanne Ball, it says in 1675, Robert Bowling married Jane Rolfe, the daughter of Thomas Rolfe and the granddaughter of John Rolfe and Pocahontas. Both she and Thomas Rolfe are buried at Kipex Plantation. So that this definitely will have the relationship of them to Pocahontas. Does that make you feel better?
Nope, it just makes me feel, let them make the determination how they're gonna use Pocahontas and her son's name in that, on the site. I mean, I just adding that, it just means that they have to arrange it so that it would also give credence to her name.
They're going to.
Yeah, so they're gonna do that, you say, so I'm not, I'm okay with, as long as the people look at it and rearrange it in whichever feasible way they want.
They're not going to listen to me, but I'm sure that I will pass this on and tell them your concern.
Yeah.
Is there any other comments for this motion that's on the floor? Okay, there are no hand raised.
Me. So if we're going to change this motion to put son of Pocahontas, shouldn't we put granddaughter? Because Jane Rolfe Bowling was the granddaughter of Pocahontas and Thomas Rolfe was the son, correct, Janice?
Right, right.
Yeah, so
yes,
it's granddaughter and son.
Okay.
Making a friendly amendment to Counselor Pelham's motion.
If she'll accept it too.
Of course.
Okay, you're accepted.
Anything to put her name in there.
Madam Clerk, do you have the insert of granddaughter in the motion now?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Counselor Parton and Counselor Holloway, since you're on the line.
No, I'm good. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. I do have one comment. This is for Mr. Altman. The intern that City Council had worked on doing a local historic marker program. This was placed on the agenda last year for council's consideration, and council pushed it back to staff to be able to bring back information about how we can establish it. This in particular was one of the topics on that in that recommendation for council consideration last year. In addition, the intern worked with development to identify other local sites for recognition. We haven't received an update about that local historic marker program. In addition, the governor has a challenge out for localities. Can we have an update as to where we are with the rest of the requests to do other historic markers?
Yes. Yep, we can do that. I think it's actually one of the items that is on the, not the priority list, but the pending list.
Yes.
For council's discussion as to what they wanted to move up to the priority list.
Yes, but council
But-
directed staff to look at that. And I'm just saying, can you come back with the information?
Yeah,
We
we
said
can,
we weren't going to put priority or pending on the agenda till
Councilor
it went to priority.
Please, you haven't been called on. I'm asking for it to be put on the agenda to follow the previous IR requests. That's it.
yes, staff, Mrs. Griffin has prepared a presentation that I think in the past council has been given. We're more than happy to come back and discuss historical markers and a potential program here in the city.
Thank you, because I remember when we discussed it, she said she had did the application process before. She did it in her hometown, so she was familiar with it. And development had already identified some local sites. Then I remember Mr. Bragg sending out an email about the governor's challenge back in February to see if we were interested in doing that. So I think this is a good start with the local marker program. This is a highway one, which is different than a local historic marker. I'm just following up on that request to make sure it wasn't, falling by the wayside.
Nope.
Okay. And at a future agenda, so I'm not saying this immediate one, but one to follow up so we keep the momentum going with historic markers. Councilor Randolph.
I just want to clarify that I believe that council said that anything on the pending list was not going to come to the council agendas unless it was made a priority. And I don't believe that this has been made a priority, has it?
Well, actually, to clarify, the item that was voted on was to remove the pending list from the consent agenda. Doesn't mean we can talk about items that were.
No, that was not tonight that I'm referring to. Previously, council made a decision months and months ago when we gave all of the priorities to the city manager to work through, that we would not bring pending items to the council meetings unless they were put in the priority list.
Well, if that's the case, then this item shouldn't be considered because this was included in the local historic marker program that I'm talking about. And it was actually listed in the agenda packet.
I don't know what was in your item list for that. All I know is that we could get into a discussion on this at another time, but my recollection is that pending items were not going to be brought to the council meetings until they made the priority list.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but I'm just bringing that up because I don't think that has changed.
Okay, if that is the case, then again, Councilor Denton's request is invalid because it was included in the request that we put on the agenda. So if that's the point that you want to raise with me asking city manager to follow up on my request, then sure, but then it disqualifies Councilor Denton's request as well, and that's not what my intention is.
Excuse me?
Because I do support Councilor Denton's item on this agenda. I'm just circling back about the previous request. So, and that was rated. Addressed by.
It's not brought by me. I want this is being brought, but because we're now in a
Councilor
meeting.
Councilor Denton, Councilor Denton, hold on, you didn't.
I'd like to answer your question.
But I didn't ask a question. I still had the floor. You started talking.
Ms. Rolfe and James.
So am I. I mean, this
I know
is.
you are talking. That's why I'm asking you to hold on, please, because I still had the floor.
What does this have to do with my motion? Point of order.
What is your point of order, Councilor Denton?
We were discussing this particular historical marker for the Kipax plantation. That's it. Not anything that's been done before.
So what's your point of order? You're making a statement, not asking a question. What is your point of order?
That what you're bringing up is not part of this motion.
It is a part of this motion. Are you done?
No, it's not. But
So for the clarity, the reason why I asked the question of the city manager that I did is because if you look at previous city council agenda packets, I had on there a local historic marker program for council consideration, and it included specifically this site. And when I brought this up after months of bringing it on the agenda and the intern working on it with development, council said that development will look into and come back to council. I merely asked the city manager for follow-up on the program that originally discussed this site. And I'm
Point of
saying,
order, I don't remember any.
I'm pretty sure you don't remember, but it's on the record. So what I said,
You show it to me on the record and I will apologize.
on the record, but the point is, you guys are arguing for no reason. If I'm saying I support this, I brought it up as well. There really is no need for this back and forth. All I asked was to follow up on the other requests. So if there's an issue with support, there is no issue with support because I'm saying for the fourth time, I support this request. So we are moving
Call
on.
for the vote.
Thank you, Mr. Parton. Call for the vote to limit discussion. There's a motion on the floor to call for the vote. And second. The question on the floor, Madam Clerk, is to limit discussion to call for the vote. Please proceed with roll call.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Now the motion on the floor, can you read that again, Madam Clerk, please, for everyone to be on the same page?
Yes, Madam Mayor. It is for the application to place a historic highway marker to recognize the Kippax Plantation archaeological site and the graves of Jane Ralph Bowling and Thomas Ralph and son of Pocahontas, and Counselor Randolph amended to add granddaughter of Pocahontas.
Correct. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Yes.
Mayor Gore.
Yes. Moving on to UB3, transfer of funds. Counselor Parton.
Thank you. So this request, I don't think the verbiage here on this issue was quite correct when I talked with Ms. Arrington about it. What was written on here was really what I used my ward improvement fund for, was to help fill in some curb gap issues in some neighborhoods in Ward 3, and then to use a little bit of money to purchase a new band uniform for a financially disadvantaged child in the Hopewell Marching Blue Devils. This request is actually to take the money that is broken out for the Ward 3 City Councilor, that is the mileage, the traveling, the lodging, some of those other funds that we can't move funds around per se without request and permission from City Council. So what I'm asking tonight is to take the money that's allocated for the Ward 3 City Councilor and split it 50-50, 50% of it going to the city engineers citywide paving program, and that's to help the neighborhood that is in most need of the city of Hopewell. It's not geared towards specifically Ward 3, but it's geared to the neighborhood that is in most need. And, that's at, I trust the city engineer's judgment on that. And then the other 50% is to go to the city stormwater department, and that is to help fix a lot of drainage issues that a lot of our neighbors continue to have when we have huge and heavy rainstorms like we had just a couple days ago. And so with that, I'd like to make the motion to move $4,678.50 to the city engineers citywide paving program, and another $4,678 to the city stormwater department. And that money will come from the Ward 3 accounts.
Counselor Randolph?
My understanding is that from the city attorney that these funds, when we wrote them up, we had specific uses for them. Can council override that with a vote and change that to allow Mr. Parton to use all of his funds in this manner? Madam Attorney?
Go to your city attorney. I'll just say it for the record, the motion fails for lack of a second.
Oh, sorry.
I'll second it.
Ms. Robinson, can you answer that question? And and after you finish, I do have a point of order, but I'll let you answer her question first.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in the past, I've opined on
your phone is bad connection. Ms. Robinson, your phone line has a bad connection.
So if Counselor
Ms. Robinson, you have a bad connection.
Is it better? Hello?
Ms. Robinson? It's still breaking up.
Is this better?
Yes, that's better.
I'm on Zoom, so I can hang up and dial. Okay, I am on Zoom system.
Okay, right there, it works right now. See if you can work, so see if you can say it now.
Okay. In the past, I've opined about the use on the ward improvement funds. So to the extent that Counselor Parton's requests, those opinions would not naturally apply because I don't have those policies in front of me. And so coming back to council under that condition, under those conditions would be appropriate. Now, whether or not he can transfer monies outside of the designated uses when they are ward improvement funds, the answer to that states that the funds will be
what?
Returned basically to the general fund.
Counselor Randolph, I'm not Counselor Randolph, I'm sorry. Ms. Robinson, can you disconnect and dial in on your phone, and then we'll just wait for you to join in because it keeps messing up. Do you have the dial-in number?
I will pull it up if you can hear me.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm using my phone, and what I stated earlier is that my previous opinions on utilizing funds that are assigned to counselors has been limited to the ward improvement funds. So to the extent that Counselor Parton's motion seeks to utilize funds that are not ward improvement funds, I'm just going to generally opine that it's permissible for him to come back to council to get authority to use them for a purpose other than for what they were originally assigned. Relative to the ward improvement funds, the policy is going to control how it is used. So we have to determine whether or not these programs that he has identified falls within one of the 5 categories. If those programs do not, then there would be no authority right now for the council to override its policy. You can change your policy and then take an action, but you would not be able to override that policy at this particular time. If you give me a minute, I'm going to look for the language that I wanted to read to you.
I have the ward improvement fund policy.
Can you speak louder, please?
Said I have the ward improvement fund policy on the screen if she needs to view that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the policy itself has some interesting language, I think, that's intended to suggest that the council's ability to move that around is fairly limited. If you look at the very last line under the budget appropriation, even though this is not directly applicable, it shows you the intent of, I guess, the council that had been in charge when this policy was approved. And that language is specifically that transfers from other city council operating budget line items is prohibited. So there's not even, if there are other pots of money available to council, even those would not be eligible to serve as sources to build up the ward improvement policy. So it's very important for us to know exactly what funds are covered by the motion without knowing the limitations that apply for ward improvement. The ward improvement funds will ride and apply to those funds that are ward improvement funds, and anything outside of that bucket would be subjected to council's discretion. So it's not quite on point, but this is as close as I can get without knowing what other pots of money a counselor has control of in the course of any given budget year, other than the ward improvement fund.
Madam Attorney, the pots, to answer your question, this is not my point of order, but this is to answer the pots of money. Council has a communications line item, a marketing line item, and then a ward improvement fund. Each member of council has those 3 pockets of money to use discretion at their discretion. So that's the 3 pots of money that we have available in the budget, not travel.
I would respectfully say that relative to the ward improvement fund, the discretion is limited because it's prescribed by the policy. So relative to those other subject matters, those other sort of earmarks, it's what you have in place to control those. If you don't have anything in place to control those, and those can be separately used for these projects, fine. But if the way to basically bundle the money up so there's a clean use of the funds based on, what they were intended to cover, if he was looking to, say, the travel funding or communications money to move it into the ward improvement so that these projects could be covered, the ward improvement policy would prohibit that. So only the monies that are now currently earmarked for ward improvement can be utilized for these projects if those projects readily fall within one of those 5 categories. There would not be sort of the commingling from other accounts to make this work as a ward improvement purchase or donation.
So Madam Attorney,
still has the floor. I just clarified about the pots of money because
Okay, I don't have a thing. Is there any way,
I thought I still had the floor. I'm sorry.
I just need somewhere, I can't raise my hand, so I have to say
Well, I
something.
know, but I thought I still had the floor, so I just
I'm
wanted
sorry.
to check. Do I still have the floor?
yes, you do. I was trying to.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I have one more point of clarity.
Yes.
So I understand what you've said, and I wanted to check that because the city paving and city stormwater projects are public improvements to public land.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the money I think what you're saying is the money that is in Mr. Parton's ward improvement, he can put to those two projects that he said, but you're saying he can't put anything outside of that ward improvement funds if it's communications or marketing?
Yeah, what he could not do is say commingle it with his ward improvement fund. And so this might be one of those discussions that only a lawyer would love. But if we're talking about transferring the money from the ward improvement fund, he could not transfer monies from his travel account, his communications account, into his ward improvement account and then make the donation to those programs. The policy itself says that that's prohibited.
But you're not saying that we couldn't approve him taking marketing and communications money and putting it into the same projects, not putting it in ward improvement, but putting it straight to paving and stormwater.
Without knowing if there were any requirements or standards, I could not say that. Yes, ma'am, that's correct. I just don't know anything other than what has been shared with me, and what has been shared with me is the ward improvement policy.
Okay. Well, Mr. Parton, would you be willing to just do ward improvement tonight that we could approve, and then let us look to see what the other buckets of money could or couldn't do?
I mean, I'm not asking to put it in my ward improvement fund. I'm asking to transfer it straight over into the city manager's purview and his subordinates, which would be the city engineer and the stormwater manager here for the city of Hopewell. I mean, I don't see the difference from us transferring money from our accounts to the city as any different from when Mr. Altman comes to us and says, we need to move X dollars from this account to this account, so that way we can do X project or we can provide X service. I mean, I don't see the difference in that.
The difference is that there may be something written into those line items, like there was the ward improvement, that we're saying nobody knows right now, unless somebody can look it up.
It was right in front of you.
No, that's ward improvement only. We're talking about, we know he can do it from there.
Yeah.
And we know we can't take none of us can take communications and marketing and put it into our ward improvement. But what we're saying is we don't know whether or not we could take our communications and marketing money and put it towards city programs.
I will have to, Councilor Randolph, I will have to go back and pull the records. My recollection is we cannot, but I will pull the records in the discussion at that time before staff forward them to council. If that's what you.
Yep.
City manager help us on this?
So Councilor Randolph, you still had the floor. Is that?
Good. I'm good. Thank you.
So do you want me to find those records and send them to council?
Well, that's what I was trying to see, if Mr. Parton would be okay to just do part of it tonight that we know 100% that he can do, and not do the part that is from communications and marketing, which nobody right now can tell us whether we can do, unless somebody on the phone can tell us.
I mean, I've already done my ward improvement money. I don't have any more ward improvement money. What I'm trying to do is just to take these excess funds that, I have no intention on using at this point, and putting them back into, city services that benefit the citizens.
Council Parton, we all understand what your intent is, but as it's been stated already, there needs to be additional guidance and confirmation if that is permissible. So Councilor Randolph is asking you, are you okay with just moving forward with just your ward improvement fund? But unfortunately, you just shared that you don't have any funds available. So quite frankly, for the rest of the conversation, it seems as if unless council doesn't have anything to share, we have to wait till we get the additional guidance. Councilor Randolph, am I tracking what your point was to him or your question?
Yeah, unfortunately, Councilor Parton, I don't know that we have a rule or anything that we could make a motion on. I guess we could just do it, but I don't know whether there's anything written into it that says we can't, like there is in this ward improvement stuff.
I mean, I'm amenable to putting it on the next agenda and it have being the first item on the agenda as unfinished business, item number 1.
I'm good.
But quite frankly, this has been on the agenda for at least 2 months now. So to me, there's no excuse on why information couldn't be readily provided and answered.
Well, Councilor Parton, with all due respect, this is your item that you placed on the agenda, so the backup information should have been supplied. But we're trying to work with you as a group to make sure your request is addressed. And I just shared that I will do the research, but my recollection is you cannot transfer those funds. And I'm just trying to find something in writing that would either help with my council with guidance. So, I see your hand raised. So unless there's no action, because there still isn't a motion on the floor at this.
I have my hand raised.
Councilor Dunn, I see your hand is raised, but I still have the floor. Please wait. There is no motion on the floor. I let Councilor Randolph answer a question, and that was why she had the floor. And that's why I was trying to reel it back in and say there still is no motion. And we have clarity that there is no guidance at this time.
Well, I would like to could I ask the city manager a question?
One moment, I'm just gonna make it. Councilor Parton, what would you like to do before we move on?
I'm letting Mrs. Denton ask her questions to the city manager, and then I'll make a motion.
Well, there needs to be a motion first. So do you want to make a motion?
Sure. I move that UB3 become UB1 for the next city council meeting agenda.
Second.
The motion's been made by Councilor Parton to make this agenda item UB1 on the next meeting agenda. Now it's open for discussion. Councilor Denton.
Well, I really part of the other discussion. Mr. Altman, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Last year, I believe Mr. Parton and I both took our money that we had left over before the end of the fiscal year and put it, I put it towards curb and gutter on Norfolk Street. And I was told then that I could do that with the money that I had in my, what was left in my communications and marketing money. And of course, if I had any ward improvement, I can't really remember now how much I had, but that of course was, it did fit into the guidelines of public improvements on public land. So did we do something wrong? Wasn't that correct? I seemed like we asked that question last year and we were told we could do that, transfer that money over, since it was going for city improvement.
So if I remember correctly, Mrs. Denton, what we ultimately allowed was
Mr. Mr. Altman, can you fix your phone line? Can you try again?
Yep, I'm trying.
Okay, that's good right there.
I'll try not to move.
Okay.
Last year, if I remember correctly, what we allowed to be used was the ward improvement funds because the ward improvement fund policy allows for those funds to be used for improvements to public land. I don't believe we allowed the use of the other funds. When Mr. Parton approached me about this issue, we talked about what the water improvement funds could be used for. And then I didn't believe that in the discussion that we had when we developed the water improvement fund policy, there was a discussion of not using the other funds, travel, communication and the like. I said, but if you want to ask council to utilize those funds, then you can go to council and ask council. And that thus we're here tonight. So I think in the past, we used your water improvement funds to make those improvements, not the other funds. But ultimately, I think council has the ability, because there aren't any in my understanding, hard and fast rules in place with regard to use of those funds. If Mr. Parton or any other council would want to request the use of those funds for a different purpose, then I think then council could say yes. I think that's what Mrs. Robinson may have said this evening. So that's why it's here before y'all this evening.
But point of
So
order.
I simply can't say that it's not lawful, because I don't know if there's something out there, but the presumption should always be if council made the rule or authorized something, they can authorize something else. And this would just be, in my view, the equivalent of an appropriation, a reappropriation of those funds from one budget line to another budget line. You can look at it that way.
Well, we couldn't do that with ward improvement funds.
No, and that was.
But he doesn't have ward improvement funds, so
I understand that, but what I'm saying is we can't just do a reappropriation. I would be willing to do that if we knew there weren't any guidelines.
Right.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, just think of it in that way. You know, it's sort of, I'm trying to give an example, but when you initially asked me if this could be done, all I could say is, based on what I know, the presumption is you can do it, but without knowing whether there exists a policy that I'm just not aware of at the moment, I cannot exclude the possibility that you're acting contrary to a policy.
Right. So that's not just a reappropriation. We have to make sure of that.
Correct. And Councilor Denton, you still have the floor. Are you done with your question for Mr. Altman?
I will say that I am not aware of any policy that we have passed in the last 3.5 years, that affects the communication and marketing money. I'm not aware of anything, and that's why I thought we could appropriate those funds back into the system.
Okay, Councilor Denton, are you done with the floor?
Yes.
Councilor Pelham was next, and then Vice Mayor Bennett. And please keep your comments germane to the motion on the floor.
What I was going to say has already been said. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes. So I want to take it a step further. So the city, for the excess funds, we want to, if I heard correctly, we'll send it to city services. So my thing when we talk about city services and we're doing excess funds, I'm thinking about, are we putting it towards the manpower? Are we putting it towards the supplies or projects that are already planned? And the other thing is if it was, my question is, I can give this money and say, hey, look, you know, this, let's say for Terrence Avenue, I want the curb fixed on this. How am I supposed to determine that that fund that I gave towards fixing that project will go towards that project? And at the same time, how is that going to take precedence over anything that was already in a timeline or planned? So that's where I'm kind of, it's a little sticky situation here. Because I know when we do the budget process, it's like, okay, yeah, this is what we need to do. These are the projects that are planned. But if we go off of that plan, will that delay any other timeline in any other areas of the city? And the other thing is, if that's the case, we just need to look at the budget again next year and just say, hey, look, let's like cut some things and put it towards areas that we actually need. So, I mean, I guess I said a lot, but my thing is, if we do give this money, will our project, that take precedence over what has already been planned in the timeline? I just want to get a better understanding because I don't want something to be in front of something else.
Vice Mayor Bennett, the motion on the floor is to move this to unfinished business for the next agenda. So is that going to be used as your justification for how you're going to vote? Because the discussion, that's the motion on the floor.
That's how I'm going to vote.
Okay. Councillor Holloway, you're on the line. Do you have anything to add to this?
No.
Okay, I don't see any other hands raised. Roll call, please.
Councilor Denton,
Councillor Dent, we couldn't hear you.
Yes.
Councilor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Councilor Parton,
Yes.
and Mayor Gore.
No. Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda. UB5, request for council to take action for the vice mayor to continue as point of contact for the clerk's office. Vice Mayor Bennett.
I'm sorry, did you just, we're having
the UB4.
We took it
over.
off the agenda.
No, we didn't because it wasn't a unanimous vote.
Oh, that's correct. I'm sorry. That was taken off the agenda. UB4, I request to transfer funds. Councillor Pelham, this was put on your behalf by the clerk at the last meeting.
Yes, again, I requested initially to take it off the agenda. When the clerk called me regarding this item, I had got fixated in my mind that it was a transferable item in the budget, and it really is not. The travel that we sustained on our line item in the budget was in its totality for everyone to use, and it was not a transfer item like we talking about for the council funds. So therefore, it should not be a item wherein someone is short on travel unless all those travel dollars have been totally depleted. So I think it's inappropriate to be on this agenda as a request to transfer of funds. As such, I make the motion. Can I make the motion again so that it may be deleted from this agenda for discussion?
Second, Madam Attorney, is that proper?
It's still, in essence, if you're saying to delete it from the agenda, it's still a motion to amend the agenda. Maybe the easiest way is for no one to present a motion on it, and you just move on. If there's no motion, you just move to the next agenda item.
Correct.
I don't have a motion. Then.
No one spoke up. We're going to move on to UB5. Request for council to take action for the vice mayor to continue as a point of contact for the clerk's office. Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to request for council to take action tonight for the vice mayor to continue as a point of contact for the clerk's office.
Second.
Second.
The motion's been made by Vice Mayor Bennett, seconded by which person?
Randolph.
Seconded by
Randolph.
I have my
Randolph.
hand raised.
And 1 second. Your discussion, Councilor Pelham.
Yeah. Well, the intent of this motion, as most of us know, was made back last year due to some differences of, I guess, philosophy or whatever between the city clerk and the mayor. And our vice mayor was placed in that role to substitute with no ending date, of course. At the minimum, I think with the change of our city clerk leaving us, I believe that I would like to make a friendly amendment to add that the mayor at the minimum be placed back in that role or either placed back in a role with the vice mayor so that the agenda can be continue on with the current and with the new young lady that's in the office as the assistant city clerk as well. I think, again, the mayor has had experience. You did it when we had our previous mayor, and a year of this, basically for maybe 5 years, when she's was the vice mayor and now the mayor. So I think that would add to the experience base of setting up the agenda. So somehow that she and the vice mayor, so my amendment would be to add the mayor to the mix to oversee the agenda.
Point of order. I think you're on the wrong one, Brenda. I'm gonna tell them.
Say again.
We're talking about the point of
Supervise the clerk's office. That's the item being discussed. The agenda is the next item. So
I'm making a motion. Okay, let me do this. No, I make a motion that the mayor be added back to be a point of contact to the clerk's
point
office.
of order. Point of order.
yes, ma'am.
We have a motion on the floor and it's been seconded.
Correct. So Councilor Pelham, are you requesting to make us amended motion?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Thank you. So we have on the floor a request to make an amended motion, and that will be up for, that's your motion, and I'll second that. Now the motion on the floor is for Councilor Pelham to be able to make an amended motion. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
No.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
No.
Making
Mayor Moore.
amendment.
Yes. So the motion fails. Councilor Pelham, you still have the floor.
Well, again, the motion is not, like, again, I think with all the issues we have with agendas, I do think with the new city clerk, assistant city clerk, who's been here less than 6 months, vice mayor's been here 1 year and 3 months. The mayor has had 5 years of experience with the agenda, that, again, it should be some consideration. I yield to the voice of the majority. The end.
Councilor Randolph and Councilor Denton.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I think I hear what you're saying, Councilor Pelham, but I think that Vice Mayor Bennett is doing a good job and has done so since we talked about this issue in closed session. And there was a reason why we asked for the vice mayor to come into this for us, and that has not stopped even up till the process that we're in now. So I think that I would feel more comfortable just having the vice mayor handle this situation. Thank you.
Councilor Denton.
Basically what Councilor Randolph said, I agree with. We still have the same problem we had, and I don't think that's gonna disappear. So I think we need the vice mayor has done a good job on this, and I think she's fair, and she has my support.
Okay, there are no other hands raised. Counselor Parton and Counselor Holloway, do you have any comments?
No.
None at this time.
Not this time. All right, so Randolph spoke once, Denton spoke once, Pelham spoke once. No one has anything else to say right now, so I'll use my time to speak. Counselor Denton, you have your hand raised. Do you have something else to say?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so with my turn, I'll share that when this decision was made in closed session, it was due to a personnel matter that was made public. Several members of council spoke on the issue publicly, even though it was a personnel matter, and I did not.
Point of order.
What's your point of order?
We're really just voting on this motion.
Correct.
Mayor, do it. I don't think we need to go through the history of this.
What's your question for the city attorney?
That I would like to ask her if we have to go back and rehash all of this. Because I can get on there too, and I don't want to.
So your question is, do we have to rehash all of this?
Well, I think we just need to stay with the motion.
Again, that's your personal opinion. So is the question
Just asking the city attorney, do we have the right to get off of the subject of this motion?
I call for the vote.
of a point of order? Madam Attorney, Counselor Denton had a point of order on the floor. She said, do we have to rehash the issue?
That was part of her statement, and so I also heard her substantively complain about the debate getting off of the motion. Can I seek clarity as whether that's the question?
What is, I'm sorry.
Yes, Counselor Denton. Can you answer the city attorney's question?
Madam Counselor, were you complaining about the discussion being away from the subject of the motion?
Yes, because it was done in closed session, and I just don't think this is the place to do that.
Right. So your comment is in two parts. So yes, the comments or the discussion has to be closely tailored to the motion that's before the body. In terms of the comments about closed session, that would be another distinct issue as to whether it's appropriate to talk about it in open session. But the question that I would think falls within the point of order is whether or not the discussion was on point to the motion, okay. if I'm correct.
That's fine.
Okay, and so I think, Madam Mayor, if respectfully, that if you have to go too far back to make the point, then the presumption is that it's not on point.
And Madam Attorney, can I respond to say I barely started speaking, so I didn't even get to the background before I got a point of order. So I won't go into details, but in order for me to share my opinion on this matter, I do have to discuss some of the topics as to why I'm not going to be in support of this motion.
Well, but it's not a question of whether it's simply relevant to the discussion. It has to be really narrowly tailored to why you support it or why you don't support it. We hadn't been talking that long, but simply having your comments be relevant, it won't be enough.
Okay, what if I do, are you finished with Counselor Denton? What's your point of order?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I also asked for a vote. I also asked for a point of order. Madam Attorney, what if I do a point of personal privilege to discuss this matter?
The point of personal privilege, I don't think is utilized in the context of the motion. So the personal privilege comes in where there is no rule sort of
apparent process in place, but if you give me 1 minute to check my notes on whether a personal privilege can be taken as part of your debate on an issue, I'll be happy to opine on that. But right now, I couldn't say precisely. I would just simply say the personal privilege is really sort of a mechanism to utilize when other mechanisms aren't available to you. And debate here is available. It's simply, you just have to restrain your comments to the subject of the motion or the motion. So I'll check my notes on that. I can't answer it right now without referring to my notes on that particular issue.
Okay, we'll wait for you to check your notes.
We've also had a call for the vote.
I was actually had the floor when she had yelled out her call for the vote.
I called it when Counselor Denton.
Yeah, and Counselor Denton had a point of order while I was having the floor. She interrupted me while I had the floor.
You can have a point of order in front when someone is talking. When
right. So after, if you let me explain
that,
Vice Mayor Bennett, can you please hold on for a second so I can preside over the meeting? I had the floor, which means it was my turn to speak. Counselor Denton did a point of order. The point of order has been addressed and I still have the floor to speak.
And you can still state, I call for the vote at any time while anyone is speaking. So I was not out of line. I was following guidelines and policy.
Okay, we'll check on that. We'll check on that. We will check on that. You don't want anyone speaking.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Pursuant to Robert's rules, the questions of personal privilege fall in 2 categories. One would be to correct an incorrect record of a member's participation in a meeting, which is contained in the minutes that have been approved in his absence or in her absence, as the case may be. The second category is to address charges that have been circulated against a member's character. And because these are the 2 categories for basically personal privilege to be utilized, the question would then go to whether or not such of these categories needed for you to address the motion that is on the floor.
Ms. Robinson, clarity on that about not being present for a closed session. If you recall back in the October meeting, I was dismissed from closed session when the discussion was occurring and I wasn't present for that. And then also for the charges made against me, as I was stating, there's been public comment even with the beginning of this with other council members that are stating incorrect items for the record.
That has nothing to do with
my response.
Point of order.
Attorney, a question.
Point of order. I have a legal question for the attorney.
Can you wait your turn, Vice Mayor Bennett? I asked her my point of order. I still have the floor right now. You can always ask your point of order.
Point of order. Your comments are
no,
not
my comments.
Wait a minute. There was no point of order from the mayor.
Randolph, can you wait your turn? I know you guys don't want me stating something for the record, but it'll be okay.
No, I'm just asking if you made a point of order.
Can you please wait your turn? I have a point of order and I'm addressing the city attorney. I just asked her my question with my point of order. Allow her the opportunity.
Point of order.
And even if you ask a point of order, don't forget the chair has to give you permission to do so. So, Madam Attorney, Councilor Randolph, can you please stop being disruptive? I'm trying to, you can laugh, but it really is disruptive right now because you made your comment.
You didn't call for a point of order before you started asking your question.
I did not interrupt you when you had the floor. Other council members spoke. I did not interrupt them when they had the floor. I have the floor now. Madam Attorney, can you please answer my question? Vice Mayor Bennett, can you please stop?
No, I call for the vote. That is a legal thing I can do at any time.
Okay, you have a point of order. Your point of order has been denied. Moving on. Madam Attorney, can you
not for you to deny, it's a legal question.
It is. The chair acknowledges points of order. I have acknowledged it. And I still have a order on the floor. So please stop being disruptive. You're trying to show leadership as to why you should supervise the clerk's office. Please behave like that. I have the floor and I have my point of order, and I'm asking the city attorney to provide guidance, just like you guys did. Please be respectful of everyone's time and allow me to finish with my point of order.
I call for the vote.
I heard you. Dismiss. Madam Attorney, I have my point of order on the floor, and I was asking it before she called for her call for the vote. Can you please address my question?
Okay, so you referred back to something that occurred in closed session when you were not present. The first category that I read was is to correct an incorrect record of your participation in a meeting that's contained in the minutes approved in your absence. So how I'm interpreting that language, it would be a part of something that occurred, then that was noted in the minutes. You understand? And maybe attributed to you, but that would be your personal privilege. And since I think historically we have not summarized what has happened in closed session as a part of our minute process, then that would not be a clean application to the facts to which you're referring.
Okay, and then the second point.
And the second category would be to address charges circulated against the member's character. So again, the motion, does that category cleanly apply to the subject of the motion or the motion itself? And just based on what I've heard, I would say, no, it does not.
And where does the charges have to be made, in a council meeting or in a public setting?
I don't think there's any indication in the rules as to whether or not it has to be in an official meeting, but the motion would have to touch on something along those lines. And the motion, as I'm understanding, is just to make the vice mayor the point of contact for the clerk's office. And so there's not a clean application of that particular category to the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, so since I still have the floor due to Councilor Denton's point of order, and then I had my point of order, technically speaking, I still have the floor as long as I keep my comments specific to the motion on the floor, correct, Madam Attorney?
That's correct, ma'am.
I have a point of order.
Councilor Vice Mayor Bennett.
Yes,
I'm not going to acknowledge the point of order at this time because we've been going back and forth already.
For the vote, when do I need
I'm not acknowledging a point of order because I still have the floor.
That's
and we
not fair, because at any time you can ask for a point of order.
Right, you can ask, but it doesn't have to be approved. And I was trying to let you know I had a point of order and you interrupted me the entire time. And I said I would get to you. Madam Clerk, can you please read the motion that is on the floor so I can understand the subject matter before us?
The motion on the floor is to request for action for council to keep the vice mayor as the point of contact for the clerk's office.
Okay, so Madam Attorney, if at any point I'm overstepping, can you please correct me or interject?
Vote.
Okay, may I just rule on there's been a call for the vote, and unless there's objection.
I object.
Okay, so now you have to go through the formal question, calling on the vote. So that has to be put to a second, discussion and a vote. And, you take it from there, whether you go straight to the motion on a vote or you go back to discussing the motion.
I'm sorry, what is seconded? The vote or the objection?
If someone objects to calling the vote, let's say she's called the vote, usually that just stops everything. And if everyone seems to assent to that, you go immediately to call the question. Mayor Gore has expressly put on the record that she objects to calling the vote or ending the discussion. And so the calling the vote needs to be put to the body for a vote. So just treat it like a regular motion. We've got a motion to call the vote.
I'll
Is there a
second that
second?
motion. I'll second it.
Motion's on the floor by Vice Mayor Bennett to call for the vote and seconded by Councilor Randolph. Do we have discussion for this, Ms. Robinson, or is that going to be another issue?
Yes.
Hmm?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. We have discussion for the call for the vote. Anyone like to speak on this?
I do. Madam City Attorney, when we call for the vote and we have the discussion, what does the discussion have to pertain to?
Why you should terminate the debate. And you can, whatever it is, if it's convenient. I mean, usually when someone calls for the vote, there's usually enough of an assent for this to just kind of go through. But you've got an objection, and there has to be a second at this point, and then you go through the normal processes.
Okay, thank you.
I have discussion.
Yeah.
I have something to say.
Wait, is Vice Mayor Bennett, are you done with the floor?
No, I have a discussion issue. The reason I don't want to go through this tonight, and the reason why I don't want to have a discussion, because I did not want to state these things. However, there has been an abuse of power within the clerk's office and the
Point of
agenda.
order.
I decided
Point of order. Madam Attorney, there is a point of order on the floor for violating rule. I think it's 306.
Interrupting me. I had the floor. You can't point of order while I'm on the floor.
Vice Mayor Bennett, I have a point of order.
There's an abuse of power, mismanagement.
Vice Mayor Bennett, can you
There
please?
was a lot of things that was happening, and this is the reason why I was put into this
Okay,
position.
go ahead. Since you're not.
I would like everyone to know that this was done prior. This was done because of the issues that we had, and we did not want to bring them out to the floor. However, if
Point of order, Madam Attorney.
would like to
Order, Madam
speak on it, I will go ahead and let everyone know exactly the reasons why there was a transfer of the point of contact and the agenda process.
I've been asking for it to be discussed publicly because what you guys did was abuse of power and shady behind the scenes. That's why you're trying to stop me from speaking. If you stood by your vote and where you were doing, then we wouldn't have this discussion going back.
The floor.
You would have allowed me to.
Adjournment. I would like to adjourn the meeting. I call to adjourn the meeting.
You want to censor people
Back at
adjourn the meeting
behind the scenes, and that's why you're being shady, and you don't want no one to call you.
Adjourn the meeting.
I will second adjournment.
Absolutely. And we'll talk about this publicly because it should have been discussed publicly before you guys did what you did behind the scenes.
This is slander, Mayor Gore.
It is slander. You guys should have been sued a long time ago. But motion to adjourn is on the floor, and Councilwoman Kumat, because she's on the list. Roll call, please.
Counselor Denton,
What's the motion on the floor?
You adjourn the meeting.
Can we,
Yes,
can we do
ma'am.
that in the middle of another?
Yep,
We were
motion
calling
to
for the
adjourn
vote.
carries just like a motion to end discussion carries. And then
Okay,
it's
Yes.
discussion.
that takes precedence over everything?
Well, that's what you guys did the last two meetings as well. Yes, it does. And that was pointed out like.
I'm not asking what we did the last two meetings. I'm
yeah,
asking the city person to tell us
Yes.
whether that's appropriate or not in the midst of this.
Counselor Pelham did it last time. You guys specifically pointed out that there's no discussion during this time that takes precedent over anything on the floor. So the answer is yes. There is a motion to adjourn, and usually when there's no motion to adjourn, there is no discussion. So that's the motion on the floor, and there needs to proceed with roll call.
No.
Unless you guys want to change the rules again.
Don't say you guys.
No, it is you guys.
No, I didn't like it.
So Madam Clerk, can you please conduct the roll call for a motion to adjourn?
Counselor Denton,
No.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bennett,
No.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Counselor Parton,
Oh, my gosh.
Council Pardon?
Is his line muted? It shouldn't be. I think his line is not muted. Councilor Parton, did you hear the clerk?
I said no. I guess I was muted.
Okay, it's okay. No, okay.
I'm sorry, Council Pardon?
I think he said no.
Motion is, or answer no.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Gore?
To adjourn the meeting? Yes. Madam Clerk, what's your tally on that?
Motion fails.
The motion passed not to adjourn the meeting.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Yes, not to adjourn.
I had my, where's my hand up in this discussion?
I know you did have your hand raised. Go ahead, Councilor Pelham.
Yes. And if we talk about norms, basically when someone calls for the vote and someone is speaking, we do allow that person to finish what they're saying.
Thank you.
But again, if we're not going with norms, and the city attorney has expressed all the legal points of view for us to continue, everybody just should be able to speak their total opinion on each item. We made a motion to, we have 11 minutes to go. At least we should be able to finish with UB5 before we leave this this meeting. It's really getting tiresome, I tell you, but we have to also remember that even the mayor keep our emotions out of it in the sense that she does chair the meeting. Being in that position, there are some things that you do as you facilitate a meeting. And so that I would again request that my peers just respect that position. And if the question is always, if you have a question, the point of whatever you call a point of order always will go, of course, to the legal side of the house. But this is definitely no way to conduct a meeting.
No, it's not.
Thank you, Madam. Councilor Pelham.
Point of order for city attorney. I tried to get out earlier. Madam Attorney, are you on the line still?
Yes, ma'am.
I did a point of order when I was mentioned specifically saying abuse of power, and there's a council rule that says you're not supposed to make personal inflammatory comments as another member of council. Can you have the rules up in front of you?
Yes, I have them up. So, give me a second to pull up that actual rule.
I'm confused. Are we still on the motion before the
Yeah.
call to adjourn?
Yep.
We're calling for the vote. Is that still the motion on the floor?
Yes, that was what was being debated, and they were in, I guess, the debate or discussion as to why that should actually be done or not. And I remember reading the rule about the personal comments. I can't lay my hand on the rule. Do you have it in front of you, Mayor Gore?
We'll have to go to my email to get it. Last time I went to my email, there was a whole issue with the conference line, but I think it's rule 306 or 302.
I'm looking at that rule. I don't see it, but just give me one more second to kind of flip through here. The general provision, I'm going to now just kind of default back to Roberts because I do know that. So this is under 406 under your rules for decorum. any person making personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements, or who shall incite disorderly conduct while addressing council or president council chamber shall be reprimanded.
So I did that
And
point of
maybe-
order when the vice mayor was speaking, and she specifically mentioned me saying abuse of power and some other comments, and I think those are personal.
No, those were not, because we
One
didn't have a-
second,
Well,
Mayor
we
Bennett,
had
can you
an
please
investigation,
stop for
so,
one
and that was found, and that was not a.
Vice Mayor, you did it. Vice Mayor, please, I don't want to argue with you. Can you please stop interrupting? You are being disruptive.
Those funds that you spent.
Stop being disruptive, Vice Mayor Bennett, or ask IT to mute your line.
Boy, are the things that have happened, because you want to spend everything.
Mute her line because she's being disruptive and she's not listening. She doesn't have the floor and she just cannot jump out and comment whenever she wants to.
Some do.
Yes, like you just did. This has been going on all night. Please stop. I let you guys speak. I did not interrupt. You wanted to-
One thing, so we don't have to go back another night.
Please stop. You all
Elected officials.
the floor,
My gosh.
and I did not interrupt you. Madam Attorney, can you go ahead? That's all. Okay, so I was saying I did my point of order when she mentioned me, and I feel like that was a personal inflammatory
you
Please
guys
stop
can-
it. Please stop. If we can't conduct a meeting, I'll ask you to be removed from the Zoom because you're being disruptive. And I've asked you at least 4 times at this point. Please stop. Madam Attorney, can I please finish speaking to you? That's why I said that is a violation of that rule. Additionally, now do I qualify for a point of personal privilege for charges made against me that are flat out lies?
Sure, if you,
No,
It-
that's
I-
still.
I'm gonna, this is what I'm gonna say this. There has been a misuse of the rules and manipulations of the rules. You say this is a charge against your character, this falls into a category, but, you know, the statements were cut off. So I don't know if there was a chance for the vice mayor to clean this up so it's not personal or whatever the case may be. But there were enough words that were utilized before your point of order that you could use what is on the records to now do a statement of personal privilege.
Thank you. And as pertains to charges against character, correct?
Yes, it's a charge against character, you know, but this has not been an easy process to listen to how things have gone tonight. And so, you know, I'm making the best conclusions and opinions based on the facts in front of me and how I interpret the rules. But there hasn't been consistent applications of the rules. So it is what it, I guess it is what it is at this point. So
the charges, well, in terms of abuse of power, and there was comment made about needing an investigation, that's incorrect. In terms of my performance, in addition to that, as it relates to the clerk's office, because it said that we can mention what happened and we could talk about it. The fact of the matter is, it's already been documented, the issues in the clerk's office that I was trying to bring to council's attention for remedy. There's issue with the minutes, the ordinances, the resolution, how FOIA was being processed, our records are on our website, and additional things. I addressed those to council multiple times, whether it be on the agenda, whether it be in closed session, whether it be a one-on-one or email. I also wrote council a memo after months of trying to address these issues within the clerk's office that are visible for the record, have them remedied. The day I sent that memo out to council only, it was sent over to the clerk's office by one member of council, opposed to keeping it with counselors. When that occurred, the members of the clerk's office one member decided to do a resignation letter attacking me in the letter. When quite frankly, this is the result of them knowing that I was seeking for them to be reprimanded for their behavior in the office. The minutes were not posted on the city's website. The agenda packets were being sent out late. The agenda packets were being made improperly, or ordinances were unable to be located for going back to multiple years. Same thing with the resolutions and ordinances. After that occurred, when council decided to address the issue by calling a special meeting, as I noted earlier.
Point of order.
And so to make comments saying that I've abused power, that's not correct, because
Point of order.
with the
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. What is your point of order?
I would like to ask the attorney, aren't we getting off of this motion going back all of this way?
We are well off the motion, ma'am, but she's speaking, she's doing a matter of personal privilege now. And so based on the allegations that were made in the discussion, she feels that her character, the mayor feels as if her character was attacked. And so that's a category that opens up the ability to make a statement of personal privilege.
Okay, can we also do the same for us?
Counselor?
Yes, ma'am. Every counselor has the opportunity to make a statement of personal privilege. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's
1 minute.
1 second. So after
1
that,
minute.
I asked for a public investigation to clear the record, and the resignation letter that was submitted to council. City staff and other members researched the allegations. All were false. Were proven false besides the hearsay using city council records.
I have a point of order.
Yes, ma'am. What's your point of order?
My point of order is you're making.
What's your question? What's your question?
You don't have
How do you feel about it? What's your legal question?
My question is to the city attorney. If she's also making allegations towards counselor's character, as far as having an investigation, there was no investigation done.
Yes, it
So
was.
how does that pertain to us? Can I do a personal privilege?
Counselor,
I just depend.
That those were against my character.
I didn't mention you specifically, but she
counselors, but I would like to talk.
Vice Mayor Bennett, please stop. She already addressed it.
Can I also do a privilege
if you want to? She's
Madam
still
Attorney?
It's 10:30.
Exactly. Items in the thing in the resignation letter were proven to be false, but yet the three members.
I would like to do a point of order to the city attorney.
And the
Oh my God.
I know Vice Mayor Bennett doesn't want the truth.
Point of order, because you cannot make character allegations.
I'm not making character allegations. I'm clearing my record.
You can change the rules and bend it.
Vice Mayor Bennett, I'm trying to clear the record, but you don't want the people to know the truth. That's why you keep cutting me off throughout the night. You don't want people to know how you got
There is nobody said your name. Nobody said your name. So I would
Vice Mayor Bennett, can I please have the floor, because you keep interrupting. If you stand by your decision and your actions, you won't need to interrupt me constantly.
We run out of time. It's 10:30. It's 10:30, people.
Council, your meeting has ended.
Thank you so much.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus.
I am leaving.